Say hello. It's Skycat Live. What's up, guys? It's 3:10 p.m. on 6/19/2025. It's a June 19, 2025. It is 77 degrees out. It's a beautiful day. It's a Thursday, and it is 77 degrees out. It was a beautiful day. I woke up at like, I don't know, 11 or something, and I walked for 2 hours until like 1:30, and then I was out there watering the garden. I helped my parents move a bunch of stuff, some hanging plants and stuff. Now we're getting on 7 days to die. In the next 10, 15 minutes, something like that. I'm doing all ooh, look, I made sales on Eve. Everything's coming up Skycat, bitch. Everything's coming up Skycat. We're going out to do some hauling today. Gonna drop it off the big face because there's not a lot to talk about. Gonna get in. Oh, and I moved 7 days to my SSD, so that will be better performance, hopefully. Yeah, nice. And then what else? Yeah, that's it. So I'm gonna drop it down. Oh yes, I thought I would go up in the 7 days channel today. So we will go see. You know, I've been sitting and just chatting for, God, I don't know, 6-8 months. But I want to support this game. So if it's feasible, we'll take a look at the Twitch appreciation of 7 days right now. Looking at 7 days on Twitch, we see. Oh, I gotta go to the real Twitch. Hold on. Good. Now, we are looking for Twitch. Nope, Twitch. For 7 days to die. We are seeing 8,000 viewers, which means this game will definitely survive. Like survive, you know, like thrive probably, because I mean it's the death of Twitch and the death of all these games, and 7 days is standing on its own. It's good to see it. So we'll go up. Definitely gonna follow their channel. I can't believe I haven't done that yet. And we're gonna go back up under 7 days, because one of the cool things you can do is if you sign up under the Twitch integration to 7 days, your viewership can vote on what horde spawns. And they can also like spawn hordes on you. Now I have to permit them to do that, which I'm not going to do. But you know, 7 days has a cool Twitch integration. So yes, usually I don't like these developers of late. So I don't like doing fucking advertisement for them, not me. So I like sitting in the just chatting, because I always have 3 or 4 different games going. But right now we'll do 7 days if it's got 8,000 viewership, because that's better than Eve. That's better than Final Fantasy 11. It's 1/20th of what Rust is getting, or no, it's like 1/30th of what Rust is getting. But that's still like better than I think DayZ's pulling 36K. As 7 days being a mostly PvE game is doing like 1/4 of what DayZ is doing, which shows that, you know, it's an interesting time to be a 7 days fan. I'm very thankful to Baegon for showing me this game, because, you know, it's a good renaissance time. 7 days. So, oh, but that's spelled with a. Oh yeah, there it is. $8,000 viewers. That's real good. So then I can like sit up here in this channel for a while and probably get new viewership, which is always attractive to me, because, you know. Part of this is you want to be where people are watching. Brian Menard was pulling crazy numbers yesterday, like 40,000 viewers for both 7 days and Scum. Scum's good. Scum's like the little brother of 7 Days, and while it's superior in some ways like graphics, it's inferior in other ways like dungeons and monuments. And it's good to see the kids taking a look at these survival games. Because I mean, if you look at what the AAA is producing right now, I have some sympathy for the kids. They're supposed to look forward to what, Borderlands 4. What else is there? Even this year. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump my mic. What else is coming? There's like Borderlands 4. Let's look at 2025 releases. Ooh. Elden Ring Night Rain. I mean, that was a good game. I thought Avowed was okay. I thought Avowed was an acceptable RPG. Better than BioWare. Definitely. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was a good game. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 looms. That's going to be a good game, probably.
Kingdom Come in Men 2 was okay, but it got really repetitive.
I don't like the combat. Everything else about the game was pure gold, but the combat, after playing Mortal, I've just seen better combat. Like Mortal Chivalry 2 combat is much more superior than Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because they don't have the money to do a real combat system like that, I don't think. But they probably do now. So I like 2. I got no issue with KCD 2. I think they did what they could with what they had. Dune Awakening, and I just don't even want to speak on that one. And Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, all these games are good, but the only one that strikes me as a major possible gem would be probably KCD 2 and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. You know, out of those 8 games I listed, I don't even think Clair Obscur is the masterpiece that they said it was. You know, I played that game. It's a good game, but it's not a masterpiece, no. Not like Final Fantasy VII or something like that, no. So, yeah, like I look at what else is coming this year. GTA 6 and... Yeah, GTA 6 is still a year away. There's a WoW expansion coming. Have they titled it yet? The World Soul Saga. Oh no, it's the 3-part saga called the World Soul Saga. So there's other stuff coming for WoW. But that's not really, I don't know. I'm talking about like what the kids can play. WoW is a game the kids can play. It was supposed to be coming to Microsoft. Or I mean, it is on Microsoft, I think, actually. It's on GeForce Now. A lot of good games, I gotta say. Better than the last 4 years, I think. Been conflicted about Dune Awakening because Force Gaming has been sucking on Dune Awakening's dick for like 6 months. And I'm sure that's a good game. But I don't trust Funcom because I bought everything they've ever done and been dissatisfied with everything they've ever been done. You know? Did you consider Dune, Baegon?
I've never been a consumer of the franchise though, so
yeah.
No, I'm not ragging on it. I've just never
never been exposed to it.
I'm attached to it, and there's nothing about Dune that stands out besides they have fucked up looking nose rings. So I'm like, well, that's ugly. I don't want to see ugly.
Yeah.
I'm not
very honest. I like your opinion. Yeah.
As someone who dislikes human modifications. I mean, Cyberpunk.
They've been doing it a lot. Yeah.
I'm talking like nose rings and like whole body and shit like that. I find really unappealing. So as someone who has no background with Dune at all, I just know there's giant sandworms that when you make them into a popcorn bucket, it looks like a fucking fleshlight. So I'm that level of like, I don't know shit about Dune, and I see people with these ugly ass nose rings, and like if I'm gonna go to a movie theater, this is why China has always had based movie takes or movie theater preferences, at least what their fucking government looks through, is I want to see beautiful people on the screen. I don't want to see ugly people on the screen. And to me, anyone who has nose rings is ugly people. So therefore, I don't want to see Dune because Dune is ugly people.
I really agree with what you're saying. You know, I think my
So
ex-girlfriend would agree with what you're saying. It's kind of funny. There's enough beautiful people on the planet. Why do we like body modification them up, you know? Why can't they look like silver screen Hollywood?
I think this depopulation agenda
Ooh.
and mental illness.
Uh, I know that it's the enshittification of everything.
Well, if you make everyone ugly and mentally ill, then no
Yeah.
one's going to be having babies, and you can replace them with Indians.
Yeah, like what I think was special about the new Mad Max rendition movies was that it's like a visit. You like visit this terrible dystopian nightmare, and it's fun to visit for 2 hours. But I don't want that in my personal life, you know.
Yeah, so as far as I'm aware, Dune could be a perfectly cool franchise. It could
Oh, I
be
mean the
like
books are great, but they're also
it
like,
could be like Warhammer, where I've never heard of it, but then I hear about it, and suddenly I find I love it. It could be like that, but
yeah.
I don't feel the draw to go find out if it is that for me. So I'm good. You know, my
There's
life's not any less for not knowing about it.
My father foisted the Dune series on me when I was like, I don't know, 12 or something like that. And I've read the entire series, I think, 4 times or something like that. I think the first book is a very classic science fiction novel that stands on its own. It's probably a top 100 novel, something like that. Frank Herbert's Dune. Anything past that, even the Sting movie in the 70s and stuff, was bastardized. You know? Like the Conan movies. The first Conan movies were really good with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was pretty much the precursor for like RPG tropes, you know, for 50 years or something like that. But all the previous returns of anything to the Conan universe has been rote, in my opinion, and dry and not very good. Like I find that the original precursor stuff, like Robert E. I'm sorry, not Robert Heinlein. Frank Herbert, the guy who wrote Dune, is really good, but all their remakes and all that stuff of it is really bad. That's just me. I think we had a bunch of forgettable Star Wars movies, so they need like a new Dune to step in and try to make that money, or not Dune, but like a new sci-fi IP. Okay, getting on 7 days here.
Yeah, I just got done with what I was doing, so I'll be on in a moment.
Oh, no rush, buddy. You know, I looked at the Metacritic PC games of all time today, which I tend to do at least once or twice a week. And you know, Minecraft has been slipping down and down that ladder. I would have pegged that as a top 20 game, but I think it's like number 29 now or something like that. I thought the kids thought that was their most favorite game ever made. But apparently not. It's like slipped down quite a bit. Oh, look, it's way, way better on my SSD. I should have done this days ago. I forgot that it was on my F drive was the real problem. This game's only 16 gigs, which I think is fucking amazing, I gotta say. 16 gigs. Like, how big was, God, what was the big one? One of these games was like 130 gigs. Which one was it? Oh yeah, Starfield. Yeah, yeah. Starfield's like 100 and, I mean, I don't even know with the mods. It's like 130. That's insane. Isn't that a procedurally generated game pretty much entirely? How did that, I mean, I guess it has all this hand-drawn stuff and I guess the voice packs, they can take like 50 gigs sometimes. I love Starfield now. I wish it was multiplayer so bad. I've now sank like 500 hours into it or something. Alright, let's go see. What am I at? And I have like modded, non-legit gameplay time too. I knew I was going to like that game when I bought it. 280 hours. What the fuck, man? It's going to be 1,000 before the end of it. What happened to me? I just blew $50 on Watchtower because Watchtower is so fucking good. It's like the best mod ever made. And now I'm about to blow like another $30 on the first because like there's all these other cool mods that don't violate achieves. Okay, I'm in. Starfield, man, how did you get me to spend another $80? I already spent $100. What the fuck? Bethesda's such a scam artist. Brr. F you, Todd. Oh yeah, this is way better on SSD. Nice. Oh, look at your beautiful garden. Yucca and corn, super corn. Blueberry plants and super corn. Whoa. Oh, the game is now thinking that it wants to be in full screen, I guess. Yup. I don't know. Try exclusive. Can you actually do it? No, you revolt to full screen. No, you did it. You did it. I'm on FOV 50. I can't wait till they add third person in this game. That's going to blow this game open for me. I don't particularly like first person unless it's like Rust. First person is good for PvP because it freaks you out, but I prefer third person. Like WoW. WoW was a good third person game. Which you can go like zoom in to first person when you're looking at NPCs and stuff like that. It is day 24 and 9:30 p.m. There is no one on the server but me. I will,
Trader Rect is closing shortly.
Trader Rect is closing.
You're still alive.
Oh, only caveat is I do need to take a break in the later, like the evening.
Yeah, fine by me.
I have to plant some things that came in the mail, and I need to water my garden.
Yeah, I've been doing 45 minutes of garden watering myself every single fucking day for all the trees and all the garden because my parents are halfway off the grid because they don't like the grocery bills, you know? So they're like halfway off the grid and they have this huge garden that needs to be watered and stuff. But boy, the food that my mother makes is amazing. And half of it is like heirloom. What kind of garden you got, Baegon?
A garden?
Oh, just garden with tons of stuff. Cool. When they're done and passed, I will convert it into a marijuana and poppy grow. I'm out busting cars.
Alright, I'm just harvesting, planting, and all that stuff. It's too bad the trader is closed.
Yep. I have a quest to go see Trader Jen. What's your opinion of the duckbill attachment, Baegon? Do you think it's good?
Never used it.
It makes your shotgun hit like a big spread in front of you, like a cone. can't move. I don't know why. Oh, because I'm reloading. Come on. Get off. Ah, why did you freeze? Whoa. Because you spawned something. And you're like caching on my new drive. Die, zombie. Oh, I'm 17% infected. I forgot. Stupid ass airdrop zombie bit me. Die, dear. Swoosh. Get off me, fucker. Oh. Up. Okay, you, med. What's going on? I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I need you to fucking heal. There, see, can I get elevated somewhere else? Yeah, I probably can. God damn. Insane. Stupid dog. No, I want it on. Just on. Okay, Baegon. Do it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for having the strength to do what I can't do.
It's ridiculous.
It's a video game. Who cares?
I learned something interesting about the Mormon faith.
Oh yeah, what's that?
If you, as a member, are not up to date on your tithes, you aren't allowed to sit there in the main like chapel hall with the rest of the congregation during services. You have to go in the back room where they drag a curtain across so you can't see the service but you can hear it still.
Oh my god!
And until you get caught up on your tithes, you're just not allowed to be a part of the services. You have to be in the back room where they literally have a curtain they close so you can't see.
It's temple access, is what they call this. Your temple access is restricted. Oh my god. Loss of blessings. Many members believe that adhering to the law of tithing brings spiritual and temporal blessings, and failing to pay it means missing out on these blessings.
Yeah, see, it's like it's
Churches
got
need
the
money, but
of the correct path, but it's so far off where it should be.
oh god, Warren Jeffs, you ever done a deep dive on him? That guy was one of the worst men who ever lived. And you want to talk about tyrant? I think he was maybe. I mean, he wasn't as bad as Hitler because he didn't kill as many people or rape as many people, but or whatever. Not, well, I don't know if Hitler was a rapist. I really don't know, but I know that Warren Jeffs was. But yeah, talk about like tyrant, man. Warren Jeffs was so fucked up. He had like 60 12-year-old wives or something. I just don't understand that level of evil. That's like taking it beyond Satan and then just going further and to the moon of evil. To the moon of evil. It's disgusting.
Oh, there it is. I was gonna ask if you took all the beer.
Nope.
I found the beer.
Ooh, it's safe, but you already hit it. Damn it. Baegon's always one step ahead.
Alright, got some good stuff going in the cooking pot.
Forged steel off this safe. Auger? I have Budweiser beer that my mother uses to kill the invasive slugs, and Diet Pepsi that she gave me for some reason. I feel so American. I have beer and Diet Pepsi.
I use piss beer to kill slugs too.
Yeah, it's a good Pacific Northwest trick. Yeah.
I just fill a solo cup full of beer and set it out there, and it'll literally be full of slugs the next day. They love the fermentation. What I found is they are not as attracted to IPA beer. It's specifically piss beer they want.
Yeah, it's Budweiser. Yeah, that's why I'm drinking Budweiser. Yeah.
So if you use better quality IPA shit, nope, you'll get a few customers, but not many.
Damn slugs are like anti-snobs. They're like, nah, give us our fucking NASCAR and beer, damn it. Budweiser.
I have a decent amount of expired beer from my previous job.
Nice.
Yes, beer, they throw it out. So yeah, I'll take it home and feed it to slugs.
Now
so
is
I've got a box full of stuff still that'll keep me for a while.
I wonder what the health negatives are of drinking skunky beer, because we used to do it a lot. Like old kegs.
We used to eat rotten meat all the time. That's why they invented ketchup, to make rotten meat more palatable.
That's where COVID comes from. Rotten duck.
China is where COVID came from.
The only people that I know who eat duck. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure other people eat duck too. I'm sure rich people eat duck.
My sisters eat ducks.
All right. Well, yeah. If you shoot the duck yourself, I think that's okay.
They don't shoot the duck themselves.
Oh, Well, why not?
Because they cut its head off with an axe.
Oh, they own ducks. Nice.
Yeah, I own ducks.
You own ducks? I didn't know that. That's cool.
Well, you don't believe in ownership. You don't think I can own ducks.
You don't own the ducks. The ducks own you. The ducks let you live here.
No, because I can cut their heads off whenever I want.
They can do that to you too, but they choose not to.
They don't have the ability. They've tried.
You ever seen the inside of a duck's beak? It's like knives.
Yeah.
You don't want a duck to bite you, it will sever your fucking finger. Stuff like that.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will. Go look. Duck beaks are like fucking
I've
like.
had ducks try to bite me aggressively before. They cannot harm a human.
Okay.
No, the only
I
parts
can't-
of a duck that can actually harm a human are their sharp fucking claws that they have on their feet, and some of them on their wings.
Ah,
Yes,
I'm
there are
sorry.
ducks that have
It's a different
claws,
reason.
claws, and-
It's not that they'll sever your finger. It's that the teeth that they have on their beaks have terrible diseases on them, like E. coli and salmonella and stuff like that. You don't want to get bit by a duck because they have disease.
Well, that's very circumstantial.
Yeah, well, because it's the reason why is because duck beaks have teeth. There's
I
like
know they have places where the germs can get congregate in, but it's not like I've never had any issues. I've had ducks bite me. It's not a problem, and you're thinking about things that aren't really worth worrying about.
they're called lamellae. They're not really teeth, but they look like teeth. It's like little ridges on their beaks. Lamellae. Lamellie.
We got a regular Johnny Appleseed out here.
No, I was the one who was trying to push fake science saying that ducks have teeth, but actually they don't. They have these things called lamellae that are covered in E. coli and bacteria that you don't want to get bitten.
I'm talking about your big ass row of pine trees.
Oh yes, yes. Well, that's it'll be dead soon. Don't worry. I just wanted to let it grow overnight.
I'm tempted just to grab my scooter and go to the desert since I know which direction it is and we have scooters, but I want to craft some of those smoothies first because it'll be a pain in the butt doing that without smoothies.
Yep. Make a smoothie, slave.
Yeah, so
I have one
that's
smoothie,
things-
if that helps
we
any.
have to dick around until we get a harvest again because we need a whole bunch of aloe vera to make smoothies.
Oh,
Aloe vera,
yeah.
mushrooms, and purified water.
Aloe vera is going to be the mushroom plant in desert, so
You were basically out of purified water because you weren't doing that stuff when you were playing earlier.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I'm-
sorry.
I
I have
a large
6.
queue, but I have a big queue of things right now, so it's gonna take a while.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll remember to get the water. I'm, new. I'm not noob, as I have 200 hours, but I'm not, into this enough to remember to get the water. I'll try to.
It's very easy every time you come back to base, just swing by
Just
the
swing
collectors.
by, hit the collector. Sure, yep.
Because when they're totally full, it's 6 water per collector. We got 4 of them, so that's 24 water every single time you just swing by and hit QE a few times.
All right.
Or ER, I guess is the selector, not only. Yeah, QE would be DDO.
I think R is
So-
Ludol.
So yeah, once we get 1 harvest worth of time in the game, so like 2 in-game days, then we'll be able to start going to the desert and murder stuff. I guess until then, the most productive thing is probably going to be to just take dungeons real hard.
Okay, well, it's about to be dawn. We'll grab quests, I guess.
Yep. I mean, at this point, I have about an hour till I want to eat dinner and do my gardening stuff, so
Yeah,
I'll just
sounds
try to
good.
do it again. That'll be good the rest of the night, of course.
I will go do my dailies on Mortal, do my dailies on 76, do my dailies on stupid ass New World. I got suckered in by New World this month. They did this crazy hardcore mode. And it actually was really fun, but it only took 3 days to finish. It was I don't know, 18 hours of content or something like that. But then they locked it behind premium season pass, They lock the achievements behind buying the season pass, which I don't want to do because they promised me when I bought the game that I would never have to pay for anything but expansions. And so I spent like 20 hours this month doing hardcore, and I feel ripped off by New World again because they fucking locked their fucking achievements and the faction rep trophy bonus.
That Amazon might not entirely be an ethical company.
I don't think AGS is a bad company. I think they're new. AGS, I actually have a lot of respect for them, but they are new. They're only 12 years old. In that time, they made one of my favorite games.
Now open. We got food.
But it's also the most flawed
We
game
got the money.
that I like besides, I would say, probably Mortal. I have not had any jobs because I still have like a tier 3 clear that's 600 meters. Maybe I should drop this to see if there's something closer, or should I just keep the 600 meter ones? I'll remove this and take a swing. Oh no, I have to wait a day, huh? Well, 600 meters is too far for a T3.
Yeah, if you abandon one, they kind of take you over.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I shouldn't have abandoned, but oh well. I forgot. I won't abandon in the future. There's mushrooms on the pavement. Like the rose that grew from concrete. That's a Tupac album, or sorry, Tupac book. Poetry book. I will need fuel.
Alright, I just took a quest 600 away. I'm gonna head there.
Alright, I am stealing the rest of the fuel and dumping because I have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, the scooter's really not that much faster than the bike, but it does have more storage at least.
Yep, only storage. The bike takes stam.
That's why I normally skip the scooter entirely, but we're quite a ways away from the motorcycle right now.
I think this game got slower, not faster. Okay, all set on my way. I don't feel that the top speed needs to be better, but I think the acceleration needs to be a little bit better. Because, like, motorcycles are not really slow to, like, get started. They will burn rubber. Cars can be slow to get started.
Since we're basically just burning time right now, I'm going to do some pre-looting.
Alright. I didn't hit you, did I? I didn't think about that going through the wall. I'm sorry if I did.
I don't think shotguns. I don't think anything goes through the wall.
I didn't think. I didn't realize that you were.
Rifle.
I didn't realize you were behind her. Ugh. That would have been fun if I. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Let's start off the session with blowing Baegon's head off. Yay. Ugh, this place is creepy. You go first. Oh, you beat me. Damn it, you beat me to it. You're faster. Oh, there's a ladder. I didn't see the ladder. Oh, I turned the music off. Oops. Ooh. Nice, got a street sweeper now. I didn't
already
mean.
cleared out the room.
Okay. You got a. You have a auto shotgun now. I can't walk. I don't know what it is. Why would you walk?
I'm gonna go over here. If you want to clear the house, that's fine. You can follow me.
All right.
There.
No, I'll clear the house. Ah, I can't move. Whoa. Can't move. Oh. Move. Through to loot room.
Alright, I'm finally joining you. I think the whole area is clear except the house now.
Right on. I think the house is clear, but I haven't been to all the rooms.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Basement.
Basement, yeah. Upstairs is clear. I'm full now. Gonna, Gonna go home. I think there's really no... I'll kill what's in the basement.
Oh, that's the quest.
Yeah. There's one more, but I don't know where he is. Oh, cool. There's like a weird garage stairway. And a whole bunch more right here. Oh, no. They were all dead. But yeah, this is the exit. Oh, yeah. So there's like a back entrance that you can just go right. Or no, I guess the loot room is upstairs, so... Yeah. Level 2 knife here for you.
I don't need it.
Don't need it. Okay. I don't think I want to carry a knife. I'm just going to use the axe. Okay, I dumped coming back. Oh, I forgot about the damn, the scooter storage. I forgot. Ugh. Oh, you're already back, huh? Never mind.
I've got a treasure map I'm gonna hit, so if you want to do something on the side, go ahead.
Alright.
I want to get this treasure map before we keep going.
Yeah. Do you want help digging?
Nope.
Alright. I'm gonna break those trees. Oh no, you already did it. Nice. Oops.
Airdrop too.
I'll get that. Unless it's by you. No, it's east of you.
I'm holding on this the treasure thing before I do anything else right now.
Yeah, I'll get the cargo. Or sorry, airdrop.
Well, Iran's definitely not doing itself any favors in this war against Israel.
No, apparently.
Well, Israel's doing precision strikes and only hitting military targets. Iran is deliberately targeting civilian structures with as many civilians as possible. Like, they just blew up a hospital in Israel.
Yeah.
Like, that's fucked up. That's why Israel's going to win this optics war, even though they had mixed results with Hamas. They really won with Iran.
Israel already wins the optics war. Israel wasn't up against us in the Middle East. Like in America. I mean, like as an American, I view that Israel has a higher, optic than Iran has ever had.
Of course, and even though we've been fed this story about Iran getting nuclear weapons for decades and decades.
Ayatollahs and, yeah.
But either way, I definitely think it would be a bad thing for the world if Iran got nukes, and I don't like the idea of us having to be involved.
I think it's a lie that they don't have them. They've had nukes for 50 years.
No, they haven't had weapons grade.
They have.
Like, they're getting closer and closer.
They have. When you were 10 years old, that's all the world could talk about for like 7 years. They've had nukes since like 1973 or something. They still have them.
Well, they're a country that shouts death to America all the time. And while I'd love to give the Seattle populace the same treatment for the same crime, Iran, we don't have to worry about the same restrictions. Yeah. Like, I like the idea of non-intervention and live and let live and all that stuff, but when a country's populace is regularly shouting death to America, I mean, that's a call for action, and that goes beyond what I would tolerate.
I don't really know what Iran's quarrel is with us. I've never understood it. It's more like a quarrel with the white man, and I think they think that Britain and America are where the most white people are.
I think, and this is like an anti-Semitic thing, and I can this time it really is the Jews, because it's
that too.
Israel. It's what makes a lot of these
anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Attack us.
Church. I agree, yo. Totally. Thank God there's people like intelligent right-wingers like Baegon here who are still using their fucking brains.
Well, Osama bin Laden was one of our mercenaries. He used to be under our pay and everything.
I don't believe he exists. Well, particularly for that reason. Yeah.
If you look at certain conspiracies, he might even go further, but yeah, he was one of our mercenaries, and it was our support of Israel is supposedly what made him decide to turn on us.
If you believe he even exists, I think that's all some CIA cover story they just built. But I don't know. I wasn't there. That's one of my problems is I would like to be in control of this country so I can monitor what the fuck all these backstabbers are doing, but I don't know.
Bin Laden went through in the States. Like, we know he exists.
Yeah. Yeah, we know that somebody with a bunch of body doubles was killed. We know that the myth was killed, yeah. Like, we know who we thought was Osama's dead. Yeah, that's something that is true. More power to him, but I think really we put one name on insurgency. We called insurgency Osama. Our real problem is insurgency in Middle East, which is what you would do if somebody came over to your country and fucked with you too. You would become an insurgent as well. If somebody came to Seattle or whatever, Beham, it was like, I'm taking this place and shit, you would bear arms against them too.
Well, if it was Seattle, I'd say take it. In fact, I'd offer to build a wall around Seattle to help shore up their claims in their lands.
I like Seattle, but I think it's got problems like any major metro.
I can't name a single thing I'd be sad about if Seattle fell off into the ocean.
Well, there's however many millions of Americans that live there, for one thing.
Afuela. Yeah, well, Sodom and Gomorrah was sad too, but let's make it into salt.
Many wonderful people live in Seattle.
Name one.
I am partial to... Oh, God, what's his name? But he's new.
Good to feel bad when you can't name one.
Well, but that's the problem, because I'm not talking about luminaries. I'm talking about, like, people who care. There's the anarcho-punk scene
in Seattle.
In Seattle. There is the people who just sell fish, like the Pike's Market. There's just fishermen.
I thought you considered an ant's life to be equivalent to a human. Wouldn't you find a mass murderer to be a lesser life in that case?
Who?
You've got on spiels about how you think an ant's life is as sacred as a human being.
Yeah, but who are we talking about, though?
Fishmonger is a mass murderer and therefore deserving of death.
No, I didn't say that. I said a fishmonger... Well, what I would say now is a fishmonger's life is just as precious as Donald Trump.
No, but you said an ant's life is equivalent to a human's life. This was a while ago.
Yes, and because it's all part of the balance. Without the ants or the bees...
So is a fishmonger not a mass murderer? And shouldn't a mass murderer be killed to stop further mass murder?
You could take it that extreme. Yeah, large fishing has been problematic for the planet, but should it stop feeding millions of people? No. But you could make that argument. Yes, large fishing has been...
If all life is equal, and we have alternatives to eating life, then...
I said all life is sacred. I think all men are created equal. I don't think all life is equal at all. Like, for instance, I think a tiger 1v1 versus a human wins. You know, unless you get the guns.
You have told me that an ant's life is equal to a human's life.
I said all life... yes, it's equal in value. But is it equal? No. It's equal in value. Like, the ant's life should be just as cherished as a human being's. But is it equal in value? No.
Okay, so I take that exact statement you just made, and now all humans have to be vegans because our lives are as sacred as the fish and the cow and the chicken.
Not vegan, but probably more sustainable. Like, one of the things I like about cows and chickens is they do just mass produce, you know? So I'm not against meat, like some vegan. I did live on a vegan commune for a long time.
I was vegetarian for my life, but it doesn't mean that I think an animal... I mean, well, hell, the Bible is a guide. God made us shepherds of animals and stewards of them. He never made us equal to them. We were always to have dominion over them on this
Their value is equal because they have a place to the overall four elements and the overall circle of life, you know? So, like, if you make war against... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, their values objectively not equal, even without bringing religion into it. They don't have the same range of emotions or capabilities as us. I mean, you got a few animals that can do like some basic puzzles. Yeah, they've taught a monkey to use a Nintendo Switch, but it doesn't mean animals are equal to us. They're far behind us.
Their lives are not important to us. Their balance is. Without the bees or the fishmongers, life would end. And so they're like, all life is sacred in the respect that you can't just go take it unless you have a reason to, you know?
Hey, let's go to your quest.
Oh, yeah, okay. I have a question. I go get one?
Yes, you do.
Oh, I do? Oh, the Trader Jen? Sorry, okay.
Nope.
I do? Oh, tier 3, okay. Oh, yeah, I took a new one, huh? They're Thornbury. Nice, okay.
Quest for a while.
All right. It's difficult to say that all life is sacred and still say that not all life is equal, though. Like a dung beetle is not equal to a human being. I don't give a shit what happens to a dung beetle, you know? But it would be
Oh,
very, very
I mean,
bad
it's
if we
okay.
lost all of the dung beetles because we choked the world with pollution.
Yeah, but like we're here to steward, and what does a gardener do? He thins weeds. If you, let's say you put 3 beet seeds in a hole and 3 beet plants come out of the hole,
Yeah.
they're going to suffocate each other. So the gardener kills 2 of the beets to ensure that one can live a healthy, prosperous life and fulfill its purpose. So there's no problem with us as humans and stewards of nature killing a dung beetle. Exterminating all dung beetles would be a horrible evil because they serve a purpose and they shouldn't just be wholesale slaughtered. But yeah, individual
All
dung
life
beetles,
serves a purpose is a better statement, maybe.
individual dung beetles have
Yes.
next to no value.
Yeah.
But dung beetles as a whole, their presence, yeah, recycling poop is very important.
It's an absolute to say that all life is sacred. Like, for instance, is Hitler's life sacred?
As
No.
a human being, yes, it is. As
Oh, well, yes, a human being it is, yeah.
Is abominable and evil.
But after that much evil, is it? No. I would say his
Oh, and
life is no longer
that's why-
sacred, no.
Like, I've told you, I think Ben Shapiro's a complete retard. I would take him lock him in a closet.
I don't know anything about him, so I don't know.
I would lock him in a closet and only let him out for pro-life rallies. Otherwise, I fucking put him in the closet and put shit on his mouth. But, like, he had a very good, coherent answer to the, would you go back in time and kill baby Hitler? And his response was, no, I wouldn't kill baby Hitler.
No.
I would put him in a different home.
Yes.
Because his dad was an abusive drunk and his mom was pretty fucked up in the head too.
And his brain was riddled from syphilis from the army horrors and
syphilis, and he got mustard gas poisoning and all kinds of bad stuff.
Who the fuck uses horrors when they're in the army? Jesus Christ, I'm sorry, but to me that's grounds for something. I don't know, like not dismissal.
A lot of people in the army.
I know they do, and it sucks. It's a huge problem. That's how we got pleasure women and stuff like this. That shit sucks. It's still objectifying women, you know.
So I think Ben Shapiro's very correct in that if Hitler wasn't raised in the same environment and as an adult,
he could have just been a painter. Yeah.
People don't just grow up like
it's environment
innately saying I need to exterminate this whole group of people.
I love nature versus nurture. Yep.
Yeah. So in the sense that he's a human being, his life has some level of value and sacredness to it. But yeah, of course, what he became was evil. But if you go back in time and just change the circumstances, put him in an orphanage, gave him a loving foster family or something.
I think the same thing about Donald Trump. Yep. If Donald Trump hadn't been raised by all those rich people, he might be a good person deep down inside. I've heard him talk in the 70s, and he was a lot better of a person back then.
In some ways, Donald Trump is a good person. In some ways, he's a fucked up person. Like I've heard how he took his ex-wife and buried her in one of his properties. So he, for tax purposes, classified as a as a graveyard. So
I haven't heard that one.
Properties was classified as a graveyard because he buried his wife there, and now he doesn't have to pay taxes on it forever.
Well, yeah, we all know their tax cheats.
When I hear that, I go, well, even though I have a lot of great opinions about Donald Trump and his character, obviously he's not perfect, but that one is a pretty big blemish that I can't argue away. Like, that's kind of fucked up, even if it's also incredibly clever.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's a level of, like, moral should say, this isn't worth the money, even though it's a lot of money.
Yep.
So... I'm throwing you a bone as like here's a factoid about Trump that objectively is a little fucked up and it's not going to be a left.
I really respect what you're saying, Baegon. If I didn't, I would have told you. I think your opinion's very educated and very good. I don't mean to be lazy or whatever, or I would have said something if I thought differently.
Let's
what you think is how I think too, you know. I think long before he took the presidency, he was okay as a human being. They say he's a rapist who covets his family and stuff, and that he creeped in on all these little girls at the fucking pageants and all this stuff.
Yeah, one of the very true things he said is you grab by the pussy and they let you, because he's fucking rich and they all want the money.
In my opinion, if he was a rapist, he would be in jail. Most of the time that I've ever encountered some rapists in my culture, they usually exit the culture really quickly. If it was actually that.
Okay.
You know? Oh! Wow. Sorry, I didn't know it was there. I didn't know that landmine was there.
We're waiting on you to start the quest, though.
I know. I'm sorry. I had 20% infection, so at least it has a hidden, you know, benefit.
And I've been infected like once, and I cured it no problem. You gotta stop getting infected.
See, I come from Rust Hardcore Zombies where you can't catch a bite or you lose 2 hours. So I like catching bites in this game, you know? Like, you can actually, like, get and melee these zombies, so I enjoy it quite a bit.
The problem is you're in Timbuktu on foot.
I am.
It's gonna be a
Yeah.
while.
It's gonna suck. I'm on my way. It's gonna be probably 5 minutes. I didn't know that landmine was there. Like, I didn't know.
That isn't usually for a tier 2 to have landmines, but you still have to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't watch. I will in the future, sorry.
But you shouldn't have been there, because you should have been with me trying to start the quest.
That's true. I thought I got the buildings messed up. Because we were talking about
On the right side, I'm pretty sure I know where the loot room is, so I'm gonna get the loot room.
Yeah, just finish the dungeon, yeah. I didn't lose the quest, at least. Hey, if I had died in the quest, I would have lost credit.
Yeah, once you're here, we'll just do the quest.
Yeah, I'm 700 meters, so what? Probably 3.5 minutes.
Quite fortunate that I was using a level 1 Raider armor chest piece, but I found a level 4 Nerd armor chest piece, and I'm wearing that now.
That's good. Does it have a lot of slots?
It has more slots, but the reason why the Nerd one's good is because it gives you a 20%, well, level 4
Like
gives you a
magazines.
20% chance to get 2 skill points per magazine.
Yeah, yeah, I love the nerd set.
So I haven't been using a Nerd set for my mag reading yet, but no, that's gonna help a bit. 20% boost.
I want to get one of those I want to get the hat from the nerd set in real life and wear it like once a month on my stream. I like the spin hat with the propeller hat. I think that's awesome. $500 meters. Oh, never mind. Oh, I lived. I hit another landmine. But I lived.
Oh, I don't know how you're finding landmines.
I don't pay attention.
Yeah, they're
Simple
usually
enough.
really rare. Like, there's a handful of POIs, but they're pretty non-existent normally.
There's this weird Occam's razor thing about me or Murphy's Law. If something bad can happen, it will.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go...
Usually because I'm bad.
For you, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm 350. I have no ammo. Leave me alone. You're so annoying. Leave me alone. Damn it.
Okay, I'm back. You go ahead and start.
I'm like 5 meters. Hold on, I'm just fighting a lumberjack that was on my body. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, just start it when you can.
Yeah, I will. I'm on my way. Sorry, I'm overloaded and I cannot walk, so I'm going to drop a box before I start this because you know. I'm learning to keep my motorcycle on my bar at all times so I can just get back quickly if I fuck up and get bites or step on landmines. Just learning the game slowly. So I'm going to need to drop this plaster cast to make a storage crate. But I looted that house. There's a level 3 athletic gloves if you need them in this box. Okay, got everything that I needed to deal with there. Okay, just making sure I have everything I'm going to need. Okay, sorry, coming. Oh no, my bike. Gotta get that in my inventory and on my bar, so if I die, I can get back quick. There we go. And then 20 meters to start the quest. Okay, so sorry about that thing on them. Try to do better in the future. What was that? Oh god. Oh god, where did these come from? I'm out. Jesus. It's 25 or something. 25 on the first floor. 30 or 40.
I know they're at that many, but
There is. There's like 25 in that room, dude. Watch it. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Coming back. I came back with an infection, and they really need to fix that. Okay, halfway. Sorry, it's a very tight space in that room with like barbed wire.
yeah, there were quite a few zombies, but it was more like 10.
10, was it 10? It felt like 20.
I've killed all but 3 that are stuck in the house somewhere.
Okay.
Quest complete.
Right on.
Looks like you aggroed literally every single
Every zombie
except
in the thing,
Go.
yeah. In a staircase. I was stuck on the staircase the entire time. They wedged me in both ways. I couldn't do anything.
Yeah. Well, I was in the treasure room in a back area, so I had my shotgun out and just I had him to kill hallway, so I just bam, 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 all dead.
Now, you heard the landmine go off, right? That's what actually happened. The fucking zombie stepped on the landmine and blew me for like 70% of my health or something. So I was instant dead when they came down the stairs behind me. It sucked. It was another landmine. I didn't step on it this time. He just set it off in my face. So, okay, we're done here. Do you need me to bring loot?
The box up by the bike is full of shit.
Alright. Damn landmines. The hell was that? I was standing on the staircase and the landmine splash really hurt me. Okay, I think I got everything. I got it. No, this is faster than bike. Way faster. Watch the landmines. This is where I hit landmines last time. Yep. See him?
I realized as I was going, like, oh shit, it's actually a landmine center.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding.
I had a graham cracker in my hand. I didn't know what to do.
You were asking me how I found another landmine.
Well, yeah, you're like a dolphin. You're attracted to him.
Yeah. If it's something bad Alyssa can do to be bad, I'll do it. It's something about my personality that I've hated for years. If there's something dumb, I'll do it. Down to one repair kit, and I don't think we have any more of those. Let's see. Yeah. And I think you've got all the crafting skill points. Could you make like 5 repair kits? Or I can do it if you want me to. Do you want me to do it?
You can make those as well as I can.
Okay, so there's no difference, like, who does it? Okay.
Mine might create just a few seconds faster, but it's the same.
Okay, the same. Okay, I didn't know if there was a yield difference in this game. Then I'll just make it.
If I was maxed out, maybe, but not without maxing.
Okay, I didn't know if you were maxed. This kind of... So forged iron and duct tape. I've got 12 forged iron already. I just need to find the duct tape now. Here's one. Ooh, lots of food. Ooh, pie. I like pie. Oh no, you're starting to sort. Let's see.
That was always the food box. You're the one that stashed it full of stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
There's one box is dedicated to parts, one is dedicated to food, everything else is kind of free for all.
There's the duct tape.
Duct tape is on the workbench.
Oh, okay. Well, I found 14 more. Nice. Okay, let's make, would you like some repair kits as well while I'm at it?
I'm good.
Alright.
Be right back.
Alright.
But don't worry sorting too much, because remember, we're going to move
Okay.
everything pretty soon.
Yep. I'm just trying to learn the systems in my mind, kind of. But okay, I'll cease doing work. Yep. Oh, here, Baegon. I retain my disease. Will you just kill me?
Go eat some honey.
All right. BRB, I'm gonna piss. Back. Oops. I need iron shovel, stone shovel, scrap. I need stone. 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 Need stone. I don't see it. Where's stone? Looking for stone. Fuck. Where's stone? Don't see it. Oh my god, searching for stone is so annoying. Where the fuck are you? Stone. Stone. I don't see it. I don't see the stone. Okay, well, then I will go bust a stone. There's a couple of them north. Oh, I have the duct tape. Oops.
Trader Rex is now open. I got a hangover, so keep it down.
Beautiful sunny day.
If you drink all the coffee, I'll kill you.
All tier 3, 1 infested clear at the Harrison residence. I'm gonna take that.
Oh, look who's talking. Can't say I'm not surprised. Goodbye or bye. Watch yourself, stranger. I know some fellers that break legs for coin.
Alright, you have to head out?
10 seconds. Okay, all set. Oh, I got another infection even though I didn't get hit. I'll just go get another honey, I guess.
Remember, honey only does 5% of it.
Oh, that's right. Is that what it is? Oh, okay. So...
It does it over time.
Okay, now we're good. Sorry. I thought honey was like a cure-all. Sorry.
No, it's the weakness of the prevention items, but you also get it for free off of trees.
Ah. Fuck. Cool. I don't think I've been here. Cool. It reminds me of Alan Wake. The initial little museum hotel they have. With the giant bear. Or whatever it was. Was it a moose? I forget. Ooh, that zombie had a lot of loot. I have a soldier. Never mind, I one shot.
City.
Alright.
Oh fuck, dude! My game just froze and then kicked me off the building.
Oh.
Now I got a broken leg.
Oh. I have a splint. If you know, I don't. I left it there. Oops.
I'll survive. Thankfully, I've got a bike here, so going back home won't be a nightmare.
Yeah. And there's
But
splints
that's
there.
very shitty.
Here, good, good lucky looter on the ground. Nice, Stumpaton.
Oh, it's Horde Night. Wonderful.
Oh, yes it is.
It sucks, because I was going to say, as soon as night hits, I'm going to go outside and do my watering.
We could always log.
No, because we're not the only ones on.
Yeah. I say real life first, but that's just
I
me.
hear a ton of zombies over here.
Yeah.
I want to wake up.
Yeah. It's starting to get fun. I'm gonna shotgun.
I'll still water my garden. I'll just have to do it during the day. Like, next Wednesday.
Alright. Yeah, it's early still. It's like 5. Cool, it's like a kiddie pool. with like a slide. That would be so fun. You just like get a hose and wet the slide and then you jump in the pool. Smart. Give kids endless entertainment. I'm sorry, what was that?
That's the dungeon.
Ah, yeah, that's it, huh?
I'm also super overloaded, so feel free to grab anything else. There's definitely stuff in the first order that's loading. Wood piles, definitely get those in that big room.
Alright.
I'm gonna go to the bike and hobble my way out of here.
Yeah.
So I can eventually get local. The bright side, I don't think my leg can get worse than 2 hours to fix. That'll be like 15 minutes if I get a cast on it.
Yeah.
So I switched to Intellect Mastery because I was looking at the Int Mastery bonuses. They are insane. You get like a 25% higher chance for all schematics and books.
Oh, wow.
You get a bonus 50% chance for double skills when reading a book, which if you have a level 6 armor piece, that means a 100% chance.
That's way better.
Your baton is always charged, is the one you need 10 intellect for. So, yeah, actually, Int Mastery is insane. Plus, I can then get the double quest rewards and 2 bonuses. And since we're hardcore questing right now, that's not a big deal, too.
Yeah,
I don't have the quest one yet, because I maxed out my perks, but that's where I'm going next.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a vision. I think I'm going to dump Miner 69er and Motherload for the next 10 points, so I don't know beyond that. We'll see.
Well, we want mining, and I'm going to be able to make an auger pretty soon.
Yeah. So, I mean, just like I'm thinking about it past that. What do we do past that? Sniper rifle? I don't know. No, I probably want like chain gun. Or whatever the best machine gun weapon is. Okay, I think I'm... Oh, no, you wanted the wood piles. That's right. Oh, yeah, there's a ton of wood piles. Nice. It's a beautiful sunny day. I love having my door open right next to where I game, because I can just see how beautiful it is outside. Smell the air. Okay, done with this place, leaving. 12 hours, or no, 10 hours until Horde. More. Yay. More crappy Budweiser. Pouring a beer. Give me just a second. Yay, more beer. And then Diet Pepsi afterwards. Yay. Beer and Diet Pepsi.
Can't sprint, and I need something.
Oh, at least it reduced it. I love this double barrel. It feels quite effective.
Congratulations. Here's your reward, sucker.
Alright, let's hop over to the next one. See what takes before it gets too late.
About 10 zombies. 7? I thought it was... Yeah, there is like 10. And there's Pulsey Spot. Yay.
There's gonna be that fork with all the lines around with it rating.
Ah! Ah, straggler. You got close.
So Since we don't have a lot of time to figure out where we want to base up, this radio station just past the bridge might be a good spot. It's really defensible, has good walls.
All right.
We just have to tear down the ladders that lead up.
I didn't hit him.
You wasted ammunition.
I didn't waste ammunition. I shot him.
You completely wasted ammunition.
Ah, satisfying.
Holy shit, there's a lot of scary things here.
I don't know where you went.
Down.
Yep, where's down? Oh, I see, I see. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to block. There, go. I'm out of the way. Oh.
I got that light thing going on. That I don't even know if that was a loot room.
I liked it.
Yeah,
Good job, by the way. Good juking. You know?
I thought it was gonna be fine, although I fucked up and spazzed. That's why I almost died. I kept falling off ladders.
And then, or I blocked you. I think I blocked you there one time. I'm so sorry. I didn't know where the hole was.
Okay, well that is the loot room, so that's the good thing.
God damn it, he cornered me.
I still put a lot of
The mutated, he hits so hard.
Oh, I got it cleared now.
Right on. I have to run a kilometer.
There were a bunch of naughty nurses down there that came sprinting for me. I'm skilling up so much faster since I have intellect.
At least it wasn't too far. Almost back. I like this game because I choke in close quarters like that, and I put my back against the wall constantly, and then the wall just wedges you. And it's like teaching me not to do that. I have a weakness for that in Fortnite too, like shotgun monkeys who push me in close quarters like that. I just put my back against the wall and I get wasted. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, okay, I got my shit. You got all the loot? No, I guess there's other stuff here.
I got the loot. Hurry up, quick.
You got the loot room? Hold on, I have a zombie on me. Okay.
have to clear out the entire place. Clear the tower if you could. That one's an easy one, and
Tower?
you have to hit the switch up there. Yeah, there's probably just one zombie up there, but you have to hit the switch to open up the loot area. We don't have a lot of time, so we need to be time efficient clearing through this.
Done.
I've got the whole perimeter clear. Yeah, let's see if we can do this. So we're gonna want to go to the right first. Fine. I'm gonna take point here. So the zombie horde's gonna be on the other side of that door. Did you just destroy an ammo pile?
I didn't mean to.
What the fuck, dude?
Sorry, I didn't. I was sitting in the corner of the box. It just hit the wrong thing.
Okay, let's go back to the entrance of this bunker, and then we'll hit the other side so that we have our backs to the ladder.
All right.
Because if we go through the other way, we might really get trapped. So we gotta get hurrying because we don't have a lot of time before the end here.
Yeah.
Alright, back me up. Okay, here's the thing.
Don't go left.
Some people, you can tell everything around. There, shotgun to the face really helps. Yeah, we definitely hit a weak threshold or something because we weren't fighting glowings earlier. Alright, that's it for up down here. We need to hurry up top, finish clearing, and then get out of here.
I want to throw down a box because I'm like completely full and so is my bike. And we're going to get even more loot.
We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I feel you.
We got.
Oh, my supplies. Son of a bitch, my supplies. Oh, that's downstairs. Oh, I see the other zombies over there. Ah, right, the supplies. I forgot.
Yeah, you gotta get supplies, get your supplies.
I'm going. I think I'm close. No, it's upstairs. Damn it. Oh, it's in this tent, maybe.
Okay, I'm gonna clear this last tent out.
No, I'm standing on it, and it's... Oh, God, it's below. Oh, God, they couldn't make this any more painful.
Alright, quest is done.
Oh, nice. Yep, cool.
Well, loot your shit, get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this is. It must be way deep in this place because it's not upstairs and it's not down here, and there must be some
marker.
Yeah, the marker is like in some basement somewhere because it's not on the top level and it's not down here.
Probably a secret.
Oh wait! I found it. It was in the wall.
They don't hide those things very well.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 2 in-game hours until nighttime. So I'm racing back to throw everything away.
Yeah.
I think we can sleep. Trader closes at 29. Maybe he's not closed yet. I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna go to that radio station just across from the bridge. I'm gonna hold up there because I don't see any other bases that will work. Except maybe a mausoleum because they didn't really damage the mausoleum structure yet.
Yeah, this one will be nasty.
If we get glowing ones, yes, it'll be
Yeah.
like just hide on them and wait it out kind of nasty.
Yeah. If we're seeing glowing ones in this dungeon, we're gonna see it in the Horde Night.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Glowing ones specifically from that event at the end, so that could just be a scripted thing where you always get glowing ones.
Yeah, the glowing one hit me so hard. He hit me for like 70 health. I was doing fine until he got my range. And then I was just dead instantly.
As far as I can tell, we're not supposed to be fighting glowing ones yet.
Yeah, that was weird. Like to get glowing ones on top of 10 zombies was insane. And I let him touch me, which I really shouldn't have done. I got cornered. I'm learning. Like how bad glowing ones are. I have no debuffs except for weakness. Oh no, my armor. Yeah. Yeah, my gloves are about to break. Okay, I have 1,000 rounds, so or I don't have them yet. But...
I don't have a lot of ammo myself. I'm just gonna turn my quest quick here. Not properly prepared for this Horde Night. Oh, Lunacy found us.
You better make it quick. Sun's getting real low.
Did you hide the honey somewhere?
I took it. I'm sorry. I have it on me. I'll bring it back.
I need it really bad.
I meant to split the stack and I forgot. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm coming. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. There you go.
Alright, I'm getting on my bike and piecing the fuck out of here.
I have to get the loot off my bike and then I'm done.
Yeah, we got less than an in-game hour, so definitely need to hurry. It's gonna take all the time I have just to bash that ladder down that takes you up to the top.
What does 80085 mean?
Look at it closer when it's not Horde Night.
Trader Rick is closing shortly, so finish your damn business or come back tomorrow, if you're still alive.
Hurry. You're not on your bike heading this way, are you?
Trader Rick is now closed, so get off my
Invite,
lawn.
invite.
And I'm just going to slide.
Crossing the bridge. Oh, birds. God damn it.
Oh, goodness. Way up this field. Wow, there's a ton of spinning roaches.
Oh my god. Sorry, I rode the birds like 2 stories up and they dropped me. Ugh.
At least we know what spitters zombies are. They're spitter zombies.
I'm gonna turn my game volume down so I can hear you. Sorry, buddy. It went from like real quiet to real loud. I had to turn it down. Watch the cop. He's gonna spit. Oh. Gotta repair. They broke the pillar. I don't think it matters, but that's one of the pillars gone. I gotta step away to piss Baegon. I've been drinking beer. I'm sorry, I'll be BRB. Very quickly. Okay, back with you.
car is fantastic because they can only jump up from the front of the car, so it kind of forces them to pigeon.
Yeah, I see that. I want in on it. I want in on this action. What if they blow up the car?
How about you don't get on here? I'm gonna end up hitting you and you're gonna end up dying.
I'm just trying to get pistol ammo because I'm out. I'm trying to loot these bags.
Well, yeah, I'm out of shotgun ammo, but I'm not.
I've got shotgun ammo for you. Here, I'm gonna drop it on the ground for you. 1 second.
You're my way, dude.
Sorry. There we go. Shotgun ammo. Here we go. Putting bullets in the mags, I'm ready. Sorry about that. And I had a bandage. Nice. Okay, I'm out. Gotta move the shotgun. Or no, I'm sorry, spear. I used 2 bandages and 900 rounds. Got
Oh,
some.
we survived.
Got some in return though, which is good.
Yeah. I'm glad I finally just hopped down there and started bonking though, but you buttholes jumping on the car with me fucked everything up. Oh, you literally get in the way and I can't swing anymore without murdering you.
I was trying to drop ammo and then I left.
Yeah, I didn't need ammo. I needed both of you to get out of my way.
All right. I will next time. Okay, kill me. I got way too many debuffs. No. Yeah, kill me. Thank you. Motorcycle chassis. Oops. Almost kept out Gunslinger. 3 out of 5 minor and mother load. Parkour. Maybe I'll respec out of that later, but right now it's helping.
Pick up the shit I just dropped.
Oh, thank you, mushrooms and aloe vera. All right.
That with water is what you need for the smoothies, so make
Water.
yourself a few.
Yeah, water. Let's see, foodstuffs. turn the sound back up.
Yep, she called the horde. Just can't catch a break. Stop hugging me in the middle of a melee?
Stop what?
I'm actively running away from you, and you're actively chasing me.
I'm not actively chasing. I'm nowhere near you.
Yes, you are. I keep running away from you, and every time I turn around, I'm literally in melee range behind you. I can't fight. I get hit. That's what happens, and I have to worry about fighting.
So just stay away?
Well, not melee range, I mean, that's for sure.
I was trying to melee the same target as you.
Yeah, I don't want you doing that.
Okay, no problem. I'll adjust.
Fire happen.
Okay, I don't mean to irk you. I'm sorry. Just trying to help.
It's so much friendly fire, and even if you're not killing me and I'm not killing you, you're stopping me from stealing my weapon because I'm gonna hit you if I do.
Okay, no problem. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, it literally gets me killed when I have to worry about hitting people.
Okay, no problem. I understand that's an issue and I'll change. Sorry.
And I'm having the other problem of, well, we just got through the night and we just got through a giant zombie horde trying to cheese spawn on us.
Oasis smoothie. I'm done, by the way.
I really need to go and water my garden before it's too late.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, take your time, buddy.
So what I would say is, well, shit, I'm gonna plant some stuff first though. Okay, I'm gonna plant some stuff first. But one thing you could do that would be massively helpful.
Yeah.
If you're burning time, if you have stuff to do, don't worry about it. But if you're burning time, bottom left box, there are 4 different treasure maps.
Okay. Got him.
So, not saying you have to go do the treasure maps, but we got treasure maps and we got some time to burn.
Do you have a level 6 shovel?
I have a level 5 iron shovel.
I have a level 5 iron. That's good enough. I got the same thing. I'm sorry. I just wondered if you had one that was better.
I mean, I can make it better, but that's it.
No, it's fun.
Now, since I switched over to nerd, I'm getting a lot of skill points really fast, but it still takes time to get everything maxed out. Thanks for hitting those, because, yeah.
No problem, buddy. I'm glad to help. The least I can do for burning 900 of your ammo, you know? Hopefully we get a little bit of ammo back.
Wait, 900 ammo?
Yeah, 900 ammo, yeah. Three stacks. I mean, we had 12, but yeah. I'm pistols.
Yeah,
what else am I going to do? I can't spear. I don't have points to spear.
We gotta stick you in the ammunition mines now.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not far from producing, right? I don't think.
Yeah, we're not too far.
And I got you lead and, sulfate last night too.
I burned all of our shotgun ammo too. So
Yeah. So I will spear for a while here, but I can't go down there and fight them.
I don't have to switch to live ammo until tier 5. The baton is so powerful.
Yeah.
So I'm just not going to use ammo for a while. What's going to happen?
I would prefer to use guns because like my mastery is in melee. But I like.
We have a lot of.
Sorry, go ahead.
We have lots of rifle rounds.
Yeah, I saw that. But I don't have a pipe machine gun though. Yeah. Okay, almost to the first one. I mean, what else am I mean, I respect a pistol. I'm gonna have to use those rounds, so in anticipation, I got you, 10,000 or 5,000 lead and 10,000 sulfur and like 20,000 metal, so that using 900 rounds wouldn't be that bad. But we have to get to the point where we can produce them.
The trigger doesn't have anything good on. Trader inventory resets tomorrow. That'll be nice.
Yeah. My phone.
Karen Reed was just acquitted, but for many, this verdict, it feels less like the end of a murder case and more like the beginning of a police cover-up unraveling. Alex Jones, who's been called America's most notorious conspiracy theorist, is now being accused of an illegal conspiracy of his own. Online scam compounds are torturing trafficked workers, stealing billions, and Mark Zuckerberg, Tim Cook, and Elon Musk's companies are helping make it possible. Iran just bombed an Israeli hospital, Israel's vowing vengeance, and all of that is Trump has reportedly approved attack plans on the country. We're jumping into all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. 3 years, 2 trials, and one very popular HBO docuseries later, and Karen Reed is finally free. But she's that Boston woman who was accused of murdering her boyfriend by hitting him with her car while drunk. And if you're not fresh on this, don't worry, because I'm going to go through the broad details, and then we're going to talk about what just happened. So first up, the people. We've got Karen Reed, a now 45-year-old financial analyst and adjunct professor, and her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, a then 46-year-old cop at the Boston Police Department. And then second, you have the events, right? Starting on the night of January 28, 2022, when the couple had been dating for about 2 years. And what both sides agree on on is that they went out drinking in the suburbs of Canton that night. And then, shortly after midnight, Reed dropped O'Keefe off at the home of his colleague, Brian Albert, where other cops were gathered. And then finally, at around 6 o'clock in the morning, Reed and 2 other women found him lying unresponsive in the snow outside of Albert's house. He was later pronounced dead, with his official cause of death being blunt impact injuries to the head and hypothermia. But that is pretty much where the agreement ends and the disagreements begin. Because the police, they allege that after she dropped him off, Reed, in a drunken rage, backed her Lexus SUV into O'Keefe and then drove away, leaving him to die in the snow. And as evidence, they cited drops of blood, a broken cocktail glass, and shards from the car's taillight that they supposedly found at the scene. And so they charged her with second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence, and leaving the scene of a collision resulting in death. But Reed, she pleaded not guilty, maintaining that she only came back to Albert's house to look for O'Keefe after he didn't return home or answer his phone. So instead, you had her pointing the finger at O'Keefe's fellow cops, accusing them of beating him during a fight inside of Albert's home and then dumping his body in the snow. They're then also explaining the broken taillight in one of two ways, saying either one, it shattered when she hit O'Keefe's parked car while exiting the driveway as she left to look for him, or two, the state police broke it after they seized the car and then planted the evidence at the crime scene to frame her. And so this trial, it unfolded last year and both sides rolled out their arguments, with Reed's lawyers calling up forensic experts who testified that O'Keefe's injuries and the damage to Reed's car were inconsistent with the collision, as well as claiming that injuries on O'Keefe's arm were indicative of dog bites, suggesting that he may have been attacked by Albert Sherman Shepherd. Right, and that is, then on the other side, you have the prosecutor bringing up evidence that the couple's relationship was rocky, including admissions by Reed herself that she supposedly saw O'Keefe kissing another woman and that she sent flirty texts to an ATF agent whom O'Keefe knew, or with them then pairing that with angry texts and voicemails that Reed sent to O'Keefe after dropping him off. But there, you had Reed claiming that she sent those because he wasn't answering his phone and she believed that he was screwing around with a former romantic partner who allegedly lived down the street from Albert's house. But their lawyer is also painting a much different picture in general of a loving and affectionate relationship. Right? And the wildly differing stories can be seen in arguments over one particular moment the morning after O'Keefe died, with a responding officer claiming that at the scene, Reed repeatedly cried, I hit him, an apparent admission of guilt. But you would Reed countering that, saying what she actually cried was, did I hit him? Could I have?
It's called workbench. Here's something for you.
Okay, thank you. I got the first stash, but I forgot my lockpicks.
Oh, we can let's break it open.
Yeah.
I'm gonna water my plants. I'll try to be back as soon as I can. Expect it will be about 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine by me, buddy. I'm here rest of the night.
Alright, thanks. I'll catch you in a bit.
Take your time. Damn it.
Have hit him. And that, as the defense also accused the other side of sloppy police work, with them pointing to officers who scooped up blood samples in borrowed plastic cups and not even searching Albert's home before selling it in 2023. But very importantly, they said it wasn't just sloppy, it was malicious, with Reed's lawyers accusing Michael Proctor, the lead investigator on the case, of having personal ties to certain cops inside of Albert's home and having a vendetta against Reed. And a key takeaway there were text messages that he reportedly sent to a group chat the night after O'Keefe's death, saying, there will be serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt, zero chance she skates, she's fucked. And then, when someone wondered whether the homeowner would, quote, receive some shit for O'Keefe's death as well, Proctor reportedly said, nope, homeowner's a Boston cop too. With them also mocking her medical condition, joking about finding new photos of her, and wishing she would take her own life. With the defense then also pointing to an internet search made by Jennifer McCabe, Albert's sister-in-law and O'Keefe's friend, for how long to die in cold, which the defense claimed was searched early in the morning before O'Keefe was found. But then the prosecution, they claimed that the search was actually made later in the morning after O'Keefe was found, and in fact at the request of Reed herself. And so needless to say, that first trial, it was deeply contentious and it ended in a mistrial thanks to a hung jury. But then, days later, you had the defense telling the judge that 5 of the jurors actually came forward after the fact to say that actually all of them had agreed on a not guilty verdict for the most serious charges, murder and leaving the scene. Right, saying that the only charge that they were deadlocked on was the lesser one of operating a vehicle under the influence, stripped of the manslaughter component. And so Reed's lawyers, they appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, arguing that she couldn't be retried on those charges that the jury supposedly agreed on. But the the courts ended up not being convinced, and so the second trial began in April of this year. Right, and in the meantime of all this, national attention on Reed's case, it absolutely exploded, with HBO releasing a docuseries that attracted millions of viewers, Reed supporters, and skeptics alike debating whether she was guilty in Facebook groups and Reddit threads, and Reed herself giving interviews to media outlets.
I have nothing to hide. My life is in the balance, and it shouldn't be. And I believe sunlight is the best disinfectant, and that's been our team motto since inception.
Also, a big thing is that Michael Proctor, who was a key witness during the first trial, was conspicuously absent during the second. And that because in March, he was actually dishonorably discharged after the state police trial board found him guilty of unsatisfactory performance and consumption of alcohol on duty. So, although the underlying facts were pretty much the same, the two trials just felt very different. And all of it leading to each side giving their closing arguments, with the prosecutors saying,
"It's wrong. She hit him. She left him to die. It's that simple." Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did.
And then the defense attorney firing back.
This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case, from the top to the bottom. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own. There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. The truth is, Karen Reed is not guilty.
And after multiple days of deliberation, the jury delivered their verdict, and that is Karen Reed was guilty, but only of operating a vehicle under the influence, with them finding her not guilty of the other more serious charges, meaning in essence, she's been exonerated, with the judge handing down a sentence of 1 year of probation, which is nothing compared to the life in prison that she was facing. So when Reed emerged from the courthouse victorious, the mood there was ecstatic. I mean, by the roar of the crowd, you'd think that Taylor Swift just announced Reputation TV to the Swifties.
I just want to say two things. Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
And that is where Reed ended. She didn't say anything else. She didn't take any questions. She just went back to her life. So technically, it's not 100% over because Reed is still facing civil litigation. Because O'Keefe's family actually brought a wrongful death lawsuit against her and 2 bars where they drank that night. So we'll have to wait to see what happens there. But in the meantime, I'd love to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Was justice served here? Is this a miscarriage of justice? And what do you think actually happened then? The next up from Matt in the news, Iran just bombed a key Israeli hospital, with now Israel vowing vengeance, and all of that as Trump has reportedly approved attack plans on Iran. Because Israel's air defense system has been intercepting most of the missiles that Iran's been hurling its way, but of course it's not 100% effective. And so today you saw 3 buildings being hit, including the largest hospital in southern Israel, though according to Iran, that hospital was not their intended target. Instead, they claimed that they were going after military and intelligence headquarters near the hospital, but either way, Israel's health ministry service said that 71 people were left with minor injuries. They're likely only being minor injuries because the missile hit an old surgical inpatient building, which had been evacuated in recent days. But still, you had Israeli President Isaac Herzog tweeting this morning, calling the attack a war crime and declaring that Iran's supreme leader can no longer be allowed to exist. And that, as you had Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, "We will make the tyrants from Tehran pay the full price." With them adding that while Israel struck targets in Tehran as well as several nuclear sites overnight, Iran instead chose to go after a hospital, quote, where people can't even get up and run away. So there you then also had a lot of people calling those words viciously hypocritical given Israel's unrelenting assault on hospitals in Gaza. For example, vocal commentators in the space like Hassan Piker tweeted, "Timeline is lit up with Israel defenders finally speaking up about a hospital being bombed after spending the last 20 months defending the bombing of every hospital in Gaza." And that is reportedly of the 36 hospitals in Gaza, 19 are completely shut down and the other 17 are only partially operational. With also NBC noting that in recent weeks, Israel's bombings on hospitals in Gaza have risen to their highest level so far this year. And while you have Israel consistently maintaining that Hamas is using the hospitals for military purposes, organizations like the UN have said that Israel has not provided enough evidence evidence to actually prove that. But either way, you have NBC saying the wider health system, including ambulances, field hospitals, and clinics, has been attacked more than 700 times since the start of the war, killing at least 900 people and injuring more than 1,000. With the death toll across all of Gaza climbing to 55,000 over the last 19 months, according to its health ministry. Then going back to Israel and Iran fighting each other, that's now entering its 7th day, and everyone's kind of still waiting to see if Trump's going to throw the U.S. directly into the mix. Because this week, he's been saying stuff like, I may do it, I may not do it, nobody knows what I'm going to do. Which, my bad impression of my dad's voice aside, that's a literal quote. But, according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump actually told senior aides on Tuesday that he has now approved attack plans on Iran. However, the report says that he's holding off on pulling the trigger to see if Tehran will abandon its nuclear program first. With the BBC adding there that Trump's specifically considering striking an underground uranium enrichment facility at Fort. But there's also a pretty fierce debate not only about should the U.S. do it, but whether the U.S. could actually destroy the site, with some defense officials worried that a U.S. bomb wouldn't be able to strike deep enough. And then, just to throw even more uncertainty into the mix, today you had Trump posting on Truth Social, the Wall Street Journal has no idea what my thoughts are concerning Iran. So we're gonna have to wait to see what happens as we go into the weekend, but I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. I'm gonna be covering the updates on my main TikTok. It's Philip DeFranco. I'll link in the description. You can join the DeFranco fam there, where over 3.5 million people trust us with breaking news. But then shifting gears from that, we should talk about the news that Alex Jones, who some have called America's most notorious conspiracy theorist, is now accused of an illegal conspiracy of his own. Because as you might remember, he was ordered to pay nearly $1.5 billion to the families of Sandy Hook victims a few years ago. And that after 2 lawsuits in which he was found to have defamed them by claiming that the school shooting was a hoax and the victims were all actors. And then you have Jones, who has maintained that he's completely broken, that he has no money to pay the damages awarded to the plaintiffs. And in fact, as the dollar amounts were read out, he sarcastically hooted and cheered from behind his computer.
We total $120 million. Yeah! Approved by the jury.
Get those numbers up! Do these people actually never get any money?
But now what we're seeing is that U.S. bankruptcy trustee Christopher Murray has filed 3 lawsuits accusing Jones of hiding some $5 million that the families are rightfully owed, claiming that Alex Jones went to what he called extraordinary lengths to transfer the assets to his family members, including his ex-wife, his father, and his kids' trusts. So for example, he allegedly sent some $1.5 million in cash to his wife, claiming that she was owed the money under a premarital agreement, but according to Murray, that agreement was never actually ratified. Then, Jones allegedly sold part of a Texas ranch to his father for just $10, backdating papers to make it appear as if it happened years earlier than it really did. He also allegedly gave more than $500,000 in cash to his father, trying to pass it off as reimbursements and gifting the man 3 luxury vehicles. But with that, you have Murray saying that the transfer was so disorganized and harried that Jones didn't even know which cars they were. It's also alleged that Jones gave 2 condos worth some $1.5 million to a trust for his children, which he argues is unreachable by his creditors. But you have Murray saying that he never actually transferred one of the condos to the trust. And so Murray argues that all of this, it amounts to what he calls a scheme bearing the classic hallmarks of actual fraudulent intent, saying, quote, the mad dash to transfer property out of his name is indicative of the debtor's actual intent to hinder, delay, and defraud his creditors when he transferred that property, which is why Murray is asking a federal judge to compel Jones to return the assets to his bankruptcy estate so they can eventually be distributed to the families. But also, by law, if he wants one, Jones can request a jury trial to determine whether he intentionally hindered, delayed, or defrauded those creditors. Meaning, we may be seeing Alex Jones back in court soon. Right, and all of this is, you have many out there saying, hey, well, it's Alex Jones, he has the Trump card in his back pocket. But there, it could be argued that's questionable right now. Because in recent days, we've actually seen Alex Jones defending Tucker Carlson, who spoke out against Donald Trump. He even memed yesterday that Donald Trump is essentially George Bush. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Trump's probably not going to take as a compliment. Hey, for now, we're going to have to wait to see how all this plays out. But then,
why do you keep talking about Tucker Carlson?
First, let me say,
isn't that a podcast host? Oh, God. What
at some point, you know the game. This, juggle that payment. Hope nothing comes crashing down. But here's the thing about financial Jenga. The tower always falls eventually. When it does, your phone's blown up like you've suddenly become super popular, except, spoiler alert, it's not your friends. It's debt collectors, and no, they're not calling for anything fun. And that's exactly why I wish today's sponsor, PDS Debt, existed back in the day when I was in need. But their approach isn't one size fits all. They actually look at your specific situation with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or those medical bills that we bury in the sock drawer. And here's the kicker. No minimum credit score is required. Yet, even if your credit score looks like a golf score, PDS Debt will help you save more, pay off debt faster, and actually keep money in your pocket. They're A+ rated by the BBB with hundreds of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot because they've helped tens of thousands of people escape financial quicksand. So stop living in debt. You're just 30 seconds away from starting to get out. Go get your free assessment at pdsdebt.com/DeFranco, or hey, scan that QR code to complete your free debt assessment to see what options are available to you. It's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. But then, next up from that today, a big thing that you should know is that big tech, it may have the power to actually cripple the online scam industry, but instead it would rather just make more money. Or I will say, at least that's according to an investigation published in MIT Technology Review that we should talk about. Right? And specifically, it was an investigation drawing on the testimonies of several workers from inside the scamming industry, as well as, of course, anti-trafficking experts and technology specialists. The team behind the story finding that major tech companies, including social media platforms, dating app, and messaging services, they've given the fraud business the means to become industrialized, along with a little help from major cryptocurrencies and even Elon Musk's Starlink. And again, according to the investigation, there's plenty they could do to be stopping it, but they're not. And so with that, right, the scams that we're talking about, they're often referred to as pig butchering scams, with the basic idea being that you've got to fatten your victim up before you take them to the slaughter. Or in other words, you've got to spend time gaining their trust by forming a romantic or other close relationship with them. And then you take them for everything they got. But with that, I'll also mention that Interpol and other experts advise against the use of the term pig butchering out of a concern that it dehumanizes and stigmatizes the victims, as well as dissuades them from speaking up. So with that in mind, that's the last time I'm going to say it in this video. I want you to know what we're definitely talking about. But what I will say is that while the full scale of this type of fraud is hard to estimate, it is undoubtedly massive. I mean, in 2024, for example, researchers at UT Austin published a study estimating that the criminal organizations that run these operations, they've stolen at least $75 billion from victims around the world since just 2020. And also another big key point here is that these scammers, they're often victims themselves. In 2023, for instance, the United Nations reported that hundreds of thousands of people had been trafficked to work as online scammers in Southeast Asia, with this whole business mostly being run by Chinese criminal groups. And as more has come out about the exploitation and brutal treatment of these workers, the issue has really come into the global spotlight. But that's also because the groups behind these scams had in the past primarily targeted Chinese victims, but are now increasingly targeting English speakers all around the world. And another big thing is that some say that the pandemic supercharged the industry, where there were just simply more people isolated and alone to rip off, as well as more people out of work who might have been persuaded to try scamming others, or who were vulnerable and ended up being trafficked into the industry. One of those examples being a South Asian man by the name of Gavesh, where he had reportedly held down a job in the tourism sector until COVID hit. And a couple years later, he was instead working as a day laborer to support himself and his father and sister, with him saying, "I was fed up with my life. I was trying so hard to find a way to get out." But then, one day in 2022, when he was scrolling through Facebook, it seemed like his prayers had been answered, because a company in Thailand was apparently looking for English-speaking customer service and data entry specialists, with a monthly salary being $1,500, which was far more than what he could earn at home. And the post also claimed meals, travel costs, a visa, and accommodation would be included. So you had Gavesh saying, "I knew if I got this job, my life would turn around. I would be able to give my family a good life." And so he sent his resume to a Telegram contact number, and an HR rep replied and had him demonstrate his English and typing skills over a video call, with Gavesh noting that it all felt very professional and adding, "I didn't have any reason to suspect." And so he flew to Bangkok, and a few hours later, he was in the back seat of a Jeep with a young Chinese woman being driven to a city on the border of Myanmar, with him then being marched through pitch black fields by flashlight to the side of a river, where a boat was then waiting, and finally he ended up at the gate of a huge compound surrounded by high walls topped with barbed wire. And this compound, it's actually one of the most infamous scamming hubs in all of Southeast Asia. It's known as KK Park, and it's in the Myawaddy township of Myanmar, with satellite imagery showing how in just a few years it's grown from almost nothing to now include dozens of large buildings. But in any case, Gavesh, he handed over his iPhone and passport. He was given a batch of iPhone 8s, and following his captor's directions, he set up dozens of fake accounts on Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, X, and Telegram, as well as even several dating apps, and he got to work. And as far as the place, he said he had to pass through airport-style metal detectors when he went into or out of the office, that armed men patrolled the buildings and guarded the compound. He also claimed that yawning was banned, the bathroom breaks were limited to 2 minutes at a time, and that he himself was only beaten because he broke an unwritten rule against crossing your legs while working. And then beyond that, we know from other reporting that people inside of these compounds have been subjected to torture, sexual violence, and other cruel treatment. But then with that, you had Gavesh thankfully managing to scrape together enough money to buy his freedom, and he got dumped back into Bangkok without his passport, along with about a dozen others, with him eventually getting help from an anti-trafficking nonprofit by the name of International Justice Mission, or IJM. But then the guy who heads up the group's operations in Thailand saying about the whole situation, private sector corporations are unfortunately inadvertently enabling this criminal industry, with him adding the private sector holds significant tools and responsibility to disrupt and prevent its further growth. And so it's the next thing that we should unpack. Because to start, to be fair, the tech sector has of course implemented some anti-scam tools and policies. But there you have experts reportedly claiming that these measures largely focus on the downstream problem, meaning that the losses suffered by the victims of the scams. And you have them saying that this approach, it overlooks the other set of victims, the people like Gavesh, and ultimately it has little impact on the overall industry. And And with that, also claiming that the tech companies could certainly do more to crack down, saying that even relatively small interventions could make a big difference. With, for example, a Wired investigation that was published back in February finding that scamming networks appear to be widely using Starlink in the end. From identifying 8 known scam compounds where hundreds of phones had used the service more than 40,000 times in just a few months. They also had identifying photos that appeared to show dozens of Starlink satellite dishes on a scamming compound rooftop. And notably, Starlink requires a subscription and is able to geofence its services, so it seems like it would be easy enough to cut off the service since, I mean, after all, its terms of use say that SpaceX may terminate Starlink services to users who participate in fraudulent or illegal activities. And in fact, the company has previously limited access in areas of Ukraine under Russian occupation. But at least as of recording, we haven't had any acknowledgement or indication that they might do the same here. But even with that, just knowing the locations of the scam compounds, which Starlink data could potentially help find, that might allow Apple, for example, to step in. And that because workers often rely on iPhones to make contact with the victims, and these have to be associated with an Apple ID. And so with that, you have Eric Hines, a global analyst at IGM, explaining, if you have an iCloud account with 5 phones, and you know that those phones' GPS antenna locates those phones inside a known scam compound, then all of those phones should be bricked. The account should be locked. And then adding, this isn't like the other trafficking cases that we've worked on where we're trying to find a boat in the middle of the ocean. These are city-sized compounds. We all know where they are, and we've watched them being built via satellite imagery. But also, all that said, it's actually the very beginning of the scam recruiting process that big tech could arguably make the biggest impact, right? In particular, Facebook is reportedly the most common entry point for people recruited on social media, typically through ads posted in job seekers groups, with anti-trafficking experts noting that the phony advertising, it tends to follow formulaic templates and use common language. And they say that, in fact, they routinely report those ads to Meta and point out the markers that they've identified, which, should help the platform's AI systems flag and delete content that break the law or violate the company's own policies, which I will say is something that Meta already does to some degree. Where just last November, for example, the company claimed that it had purged 2 million accounts connected to scamming syndicates over the previous year. But of course, you have experts saying that Facebook continues to be used in recruiting and new ads keep appearing. But then also, similar to recruitment ads, fake profiles on dating apps tend to follow patterns that should set off alarm bells. Right? For example, they use photos copied from existing users, other social media platforms, or even made by AI. And then there's the scammers' behavior, right? They swipe too fast, spend too much time logged in, and most of them rely on pre-written scripts to reach out to targets. All of which should reportedly make it fairly easy for platforms to detect those signs and either stop the accounts from being created or make the users go through further checks. But again, scammers, they're still swiping, and once they develop a relationship on social media or on a dating site, they'll often move the conversation to a private messaging app like WhatsApp. And there, it gets a lot trickier, right? Because there's a greater expectation of privacy. It's end-to-end encrypted, so Meta could even read the content of the messages if anyone thought that was a good idea. That said, however, it reportedly still should be possible for the company to pick up on odd behavior. For example, Jason Tower, the Myanmar country director of the United States Institute of Peace, asking, if you have an account that is suddenly adding people in large quantities all over the world, should you immediately flag it, freeze that account, or require that individual verify his or her information? And then adding, the vast majority of these companies are doing the minimum or less, saying if not properly incentivized either through regulatory action or through exposure by media or other pressure, often these companies will underinvest in keeping their platforms safe. And in fact, to that point, what we've seen is that social media companies like X, Meta, and others, they've laid off hundreds of people from their trust and safety departments over the past few years. And then you see things like more recently, Meta rolling back its moderation and fact-checking efforts. So that is connected but separate, right? That's seen as more of a major shift, at least partly brought on by the election of Donald Trump, who also opposed greater content moderation, even promising to take action against foreign governments if they introduce measures that could, quote, inhibit the growth of American companies or force them to moderate online content. But then the Trump shift also matters because he's been especially supportive of deregulating crypto, with him even issuing a number of pardons for high-profile white-collar crooks who were connected to the industry. In crypto, it's not really something that we've touched on before, but importantly, it is vital to scamming and organized crime in general. But then another separate but still connected thing, especially with Trump, is his dismantling of USAID, because among other things, it reportedly ended programs working to help people trafficked into scam compounds. So back in February, you had reports saying that every single one of the agency's anti-trafficking projects had been halted. And notably, all of this at a time when there's a whole other set of reasons tackling online scamming is going to be more challenging. Artificial intelligence. But I mean, just think about all the AI-powered face swap, AI tech, and apps, and voice-altering products to impersonate characters more convincingly. And so with that, you have Gabrielle Tran, a senior analyst at the Institute for Security and Technology, saying malicious actors can exploit these models, especially open-source models, to produce content at an unprecedented scale. And adding, these models models are purposefully being fine-tuned to serve as convincing humans. So taking in all of these aspects that we've talked about, I mean, it's pretty hard to imagine that the situation is going to get better anytime soon. And if anything, it's not like going to plateau. It's probably just going to get a whole lot worse. You know, with all that said, I got to pass the question off to you. Not only, you know, what are your thoughts about the whole situation that we're seeing in this whole big deep dive, but have you experienced something regarding the scamming industry, whether you or someone?
Oh, good.
Oh, hey there, guys and gals. How's it going? Caught me early today. Let's see, I got a big old alert on my phone. Let's see, 16 billion passwords just leaked. The world's largest data breach just happened. You know, I really wish I wasn't living through a historical moment right about now. Ooh, no, 16 billion Apple, Facebook, and Google passwords leaked. You better act now. So, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I started seeing everyone sort of talk about this. 16 billion logins were discovered. But thankfully, Apple Insider was like, don't panic. You know, out of all of the actual crazy news that I've seen, leave it to maybe a couple of people that disarm crazy levels of panic. So again, I'm not here to scare you. I'm not here to fearmonger you. Okay, I'm here to kill your panic a little bit. Are their passwords leaked? Absolutely. Do you have to necessarily worry? I guess it depends. And the long answer I'll give you, but the short answer is, as long as you've got that password manager and you've got that two-factor authentication, I think you can go back to playing whatever video game you just were, and hopefully not have to worry about somebody breaking into your very, very personal information. But let me give you the longer answer, okay? Let me walk you through exactly what's been going on. So first off, 16 billion passwords that have been leaked. I mean, that's an insane amount. You know, when you look at the world population, we're at 8.2 billion people? I mean, thank God we're pumping babies out 2 to 1 right now, okay? People are growing, people are dying, it's crazy. But yeah, 16 billion passwords effectively means that what? Did everyone in this list just get hacked twice? Even the embryos? Surely that doesn't make any sense. Now, I decided to look further into this to see how much of information provided was actually valid. And by the way, this has got some really crazy quotes that I've been seeing. So for instance, the researchers inside this situation have said that this is not just a leak. It's a blueprint for mass exploitations. With over 16 billion login records exposed, cyber criminals now have unprecedented access to personal credentials that can be used for account takeover, identity theft, and highly targeted phishing. You know, when I open up a lot of those AIs that I show you all the time, where people write crazy phishing emails. You know, back in the day, it was like the whole Nigerian prince thing. You know, where somebody sat down and they wrote an email to hundreds of people, thousands of people, and maybe one person was gullible enough to fall for it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, nowadays things have gotten pretty crazy when it comes to phishing people for information, right? Now, to just give you a quick phishing example, so to speak, since we loaded up this actual AI into this, right, this uncensored artificial intelligence, let's say that you're somebody named Tom Smith and you work at the Honey Trading Company. You're a marketing executive. Nowadays, to write targeted phishing emails, somebody can just load up an uncensored AI and ask it, write me a phishing email. So I even asked the AI, the guy's a marketing executive, please try to figure out the best way to get this fucking idiot to open up a goddamn attachment. And as soon as I feed this to the artificial intelligence, it'll write me a pretty quick actual phishing email. Now you can modify and change these things around to your heart's content, but we're long past the days of Nigerian phishing emails where again people were just generally targeted because it was easy to send a massive mailer to hundreds of thousands of people. Now if you want to specifically target somebody, just have a little bit of information on them and you might be able to create something a little convincing. So to go back, what they said what's especially concerning is the structure and recency of these data sets. These aren't just old breaches being recycled, this is fresh, weaponizable intelligence at scale. So that seems really scary, right? And when I wanted to see how they got it, right, is this information somewhere out in the open on a forum? According to the researchers, they basically got to see just a little bit of this data as it was being temporarily accessible through unsecured Elastic searches or object search instances, right? And again, for anybody that doesn't know what Elasticsearch is, they're referring to these open source, searching platforms and whatnot, right? They briefly got a peek into the data, but not enough, I guess, to really see who was playing around with it, okay? Which is a little bit odd. So when it comes to a data breach, the first thing I did was I went to who's been pwned, right? Have I been pwned? And this is a great site by a researcher, Troy Hunt, who basically catalogs, him and his team catalog some of the most recent breaches. And as long as you go to their website, you can type in your email address and it will tell you if your email address has been part of a breach. So you can basically figure out, have you been breached somewhere? Where do I need to change my passwords? Yada, yada, yada. There's other platforms too, again, Cyber News' own password leak checker. Or again, you can go over here and type in passwords. So for instance, if I use an old password, it'll say, yeah, it's got detected 406 times in leaked databases. This is back before I knew anything that I was doing. And now if I use one of my passwords, it is completely safe for now. If I use a variation of other passwords, or even just this one, it's still pretty safe. So again, things are a little bit different for me. I'll get into a bit of a story why down the road. But again, over here, ladies and gentlemen, it seems to be pretty scary sounding. Until, of course, you kind of look at it and realize it really isn't all that scary. In fact, a lot of these big privacy companies like Proton, for instance, I use their mailing service for crying out loud, was just going 16 billion passwords leaked. You read that right. Billion. Info stealers are eating good. So yes, the way they ended up getting these passwords, right, these mega passwords that were being shared around, was through something known as info stealers, right? Now, of course, the way an info stealer works is I'm going to have a quick virtual machine right over here. So this is a VM that I have, and of course, I downloaded a info stealer virus, actually one that was floating around literally, I think, earlier today. So for instance, at the malware bazaar, I went to the bazaar and I decided to go get an info stealer for my system. Particularly, I got this donut info stealer, Luma stealer virus, okay? So I go to their website, I download the sample, and lo and behold, I have it right here on my actual desktop. So this cute little bear that I have sitting around, yeah, this cute little bear is about to steal my information. So I'm going to double click. And of course, operation did not complete successfully because of a virus. Oh my God, Microsoft is protecting me? It's just a cute bear. Microsoft's being really overprotective. People are like, why don't you use the new antivirus, Muda? Well, it's because the one that comes with Microsoft is just god tier. So anyways, now that I allowed this to happen, this Beaver Notes application is firing up. You start to see that little circle twirl around, and boom, it just stole all my information. That's how this entire situation works, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever wonder why virus investigation isn't as, bombastic as you think sometimes, most of the times a virus, very rarely will sometimes throw up a little terminal prompt, scare you a little bit. But yeah, my information is stolen. What happened was I connected to a command server, it stole everything it could off of the system. Thank God it was a virtual machine, and will kill it very promptly. So that's how these passwords were amassed. Now, according to the guys over at Cyber News, the data sets were actually part of many. So the 20 data sets that were all sort of combined together had millions upon millions of entries. So basically what had happened was a lot of information from, previous data breaches, not even recent in some cases it seems, actually got fused together. And that is why, this is a kind of a nothing burger story to an extent, okay? Because it really is just, all these big news agencies, these people that really don't know what they're talking about, slap the biggest number they could, and technically, this is the biggest data breach that has ever occurred in history. But honestly, when you look past the clickbait and you look past the hype, if you will, the fear-mongering, it really isn't all that spooky. So again, even the researchers are like, there's no way to compare data between different data sets. It's safe to say that overlapping records are present. So obviously, just because there's 16 billion entries doesn't mean it's 16 billion people's unique information, okay? That's not even fucking possible. Even if it was just duplicated information, there's just, again, it's a big number that's supposed to be scary. It could be 100 billion accounts that have been leaked, okay? And it wouldn't change the story in any ways. But one thing that's really huge is obviously down over here, they said that information connected to every single organization. So Apple, Facebook, Google, GitHub, and Telegram, and then even various government services. So that alone is really huge. Now, somebody that knows the cybersecurity, and I understand how this plays in the grand scheme, anytime a company as large as this gets hacked, okay, there needs to be some statements that happen. Now, first off, I want you to just do a little thought experiment in your head, okay? Apple and Google and these companies are huge, right? So if all of them got hacked, all right, and had their shit breached out for the world to basically pick through, you know, either the hacker in this situation is like God, okay, or, you know, if we're going to be looking at it from a realistic sense of like who could be behind it, right? You know, even the North Koreans, which are some of the best hackers in the world, I don't even think we're able to pull it off. Even, you know, people from like the Israeli Shin Bet, the Mossad or whatever, that, you know, were responsible with like the delivery of Stuxnet, one of the craziest virus attacks of all time. Even those guys wouldn't be good enough to have this shit happen in tandem, right? So again, it's just, it doesn't make sense. And that's what I want to get at with this video, right? Like, let you think a little bit critically. Even if you're not a cybersecurity expert, right? You just saw something like this blow up and people are asking you, this is how you think about the situation critically. Now, the big thing is, when a company as large as this gets hacked, what you need to do is check if they have a Form 8-K. So for anybody that doesn't know, in the United States, when you're a US company, if you get hacked, right, as of July 26, 2023, you have to disclose every material cybersecurity incidents under item 1.05 of Form 8K. And you can look these up through the SEC all the time. So, by the way, none of these companies have tripped a Form 8K. And from my understanding, they have literally 4 days from discovery to at least notify people of this. Now, again, if you remember back in 2021 when, like, Twitch got hacked, for instance, right? Even though Twitch's hack was probably nowhere really near what's being talked about over here, they had to, again, tell their entire shareholders, more specifically the users that use Twitch TV, hey guys, we got hacked. This is exactly what got leaked out, so this is how you can take care of yourself. Now, even when it comes to every company that they claimed was hacked over here, remember Apple, Google, these guys have some of the best world-class cybersecurity like teams imaginable. So for all of them to get hacked in tandem is just kind of a little bit silly to jump into. And given the fact that, again, people like Troy Hunt, people that are whose whole livelihoods and brand are about these kind of breaches, haven't really come out and confirmed this stuff, just shows you that this is all just kind of hoopla that's happening, right? Just for the sake of, again, freaking people out for no real reason. Now, again, the good thing that I can tell you is, if this worries you, then I guess I'm going to assume that you're probably not somebody that's good with your passwords. And this is where I want to just give you a quick little story about something back in the day. You know, about like, 10 years ago when I started my YouTube channel, I actually did end up getting my channel hacked. And from my understanding, got my channel hacked by an actual fan at the time. Somebody that was watching like haunted gaming videos. They sent my YouTube channel's Google email account that is not publicly known an email. They sent me an email of them like, you know, able to log into the Google account. Now, at the time, it was kind of freaky, right? I was like, oh my God, somebody had hacked me. But thankfully, this was not a hacker that was maliciously attacking me. And it gave me a wake-up call to change my security around. Now, ever since then, you know, when I realized that my password got hacked, that password I put in earlier was a password that I just kept on reusing because honestly, I was lazy. And, you know, I just didn't really, you know, have the foresight, so to speak. Now, in this situation, what I did, like, literally almost, 10 years ago at this point, was go into my actual, like, you know, system. I spent probably 4 or 5 hours going to every single website that I use, or every single login that I knew, and I changed the password through a password manager. And so the password manager that I recommend wholeheartedly is Bitwarden, right? This is what you have to be using, at least in my opinion. This is the best one that I found. And the reason I use it is because it's cross-platform. So whether you're on iOS, Android, PC, Mac, Linux, whatever the fuck, this thing just works. And even for like a enterprise level, like at the company, I probably spend like around $100 a year to get like the enterprise version for all of our computers. And I think it's one of the best password managers, right? So basically you have one really long password you got to remember, and inside these password managers, what they do is use entropic tables to generate you new passwords with, you know, capital, lowercase letters, numbers, symbols, everything that you can customize it however you need to for whatever service. And once you get these passwords generated, the best part about it is if down the road something gets breached, like, let's say that you're using, I don't know, Nexus mods, right? Nexus mods gets breached, which it could happen. It could happen to any service. The random password you generated with Nexus mods, well, that's not going to really be applicable to the other services that you use. Now, the other thing is, obviously, please use two-factor authentication. And I ain't talking about text messages or emails. I'm talking about app-based authenticators, okay? There's a lot of free apps that you can use. You got Google Authenticator, you got Microsoft Authenticator, you got shit like Authy. Use as much of these as you can for almost every single service you have. And again, if it sounds like it's annoying, remember, a little nuisance can save you a whole heck of a lot of headaches down the road, especially when you're dealing with hacks that are apparently as bombastic as this. So that's why I kind of said, like, the number really doesn't matter, right? As long as you're following basic safety procedures, none of this story really matters, right? This is all just needless hoopla. Ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes to this password, somebody took a bunch of breaches that already happened, slapped that shit together, and then basically put it up onto a drive. And I guess a bunch of researchers thought, ooh, scary. And you know what? In some cases it could be, but
damn it.
Let's chill with the misinformation. So yeah, use a password manager, use two-factor authentication, and if this was a wake-up call to you, then maybe you need to look inwards at some of your practices on the internet. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
Great. No. Wait, just put this here, and then I'll put that there, right? And then when it's empty... Yeah, I'm going north? Oh yeah, I'm going north, shit. I'm going north, okay. I'm going north, but there's water. Right, okay. So, okay. The snow's pretty cool, though. It's cool how it's snowing. her. What's her problem? It's your problem. Fuck off. Ah. Oh, what is this? I need like fire or something, huh? Oh, why would you reload? Reload, damn it. Does it do it? Yeah, there, it killed it. It killed it. Oh god. What the fuck is this? God damn it. That stupid beast spitter. What was this? God damn it. You're so annoying. Fucking annoying. Ooh, AP slug. Ooh, look, it's 150,000 skill points. Nice. And a standard boost cerebral, but I don't think I can use it. $21 days. I got a standard +4 for free. Nice. The next time I use a booster, I'll use that. Quave Zero Classic. Superior Flow Cytometry and a Splatter Strike Limited. Evermarks. Gravestar and Gray Matter. Nice, we're getting it back down again though. Got some good bonuses here for logging in every day. There we go. Then, will US join the war? What is actually going on with the Elder Scrolls 6? By Juicehead.
Leading up to the 2025 Xbox Summer Showcase, we had a bunch of weird leaks around the Elder Scrolls 6. Many were speculating, or even just saying there was a chance that an Elder Scrolls 6 trailer could appear at the showcase. And things got pretty wild here. We even had a 7 million subscriber police body cam YouTuber comment on a Mr. Matty Plays video that, yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 trailer was coming. It seems like this wasn't all just hot air. There might have been something actually underlying all of this, as Jez Corden has been hearing more Elder Scrolls 6 rumors as of late.
So the reason I because I've started hearing rumours about the game, which which suggests to me that more people at Microsoft are privy to it.
Of course, nothing happened. The Xbox showcase ended with no Elder Scrolls 6, so what is actually going on here? Now, thanks to years of past interviews and even some new leaks, we definitely know something about this game, such as a pretty solid window as to when the Elder Scrolls 6 might be coming out. The Elder Scrolls 6 is first mentioned as in the works by Bethesda all the way back in 2016, and a first look at this game came only shortly thereafter in 2018 with this now 7-year-old teaser. As of late, I've been seeing a lot of fans get angry about this trailer, asking themselves, why did Bethesda drop this trailer so early if the game was still years away? Even back in 2018, we actually had some answers around this, with Pete Hines saying, so that people didn't start spinning off on, like, that's the end of single-player games from Bethesda Game Studios. And since that Todd Howard might even have some regret around this trailer. In 2023, GQ asked if he regretted announcing when they did. I've asked myself that a lot. I don't know, I probably would have announced it more casually. So yeah, we have had this trailer for a while now. The release of it really seems to have had a lot more to do with the release of Fallout 76, as opposed to the ongoing development of the Elder Scrolls 6. But when it does come to a release date for the Elder Scrolls 6, one of the most commonly posted things as of late is this Lex Friedman interview with Todd Howard from 2022. During this, Todd Howard basically lays out Bethesda's development timelines. And from this information, you can work backwards to try and figure out a rough window of when the Elder Scrolls 6 should be done and releasing. As we do hear that the Elder Scrolls 6 was being concepted as Starfield was being worked on. Prototyping only began on the game around the time Starfield was being wrapped up, and then we went into production.
Once we were wrapping up one game, we can really start a new one, and you're usually building kind of the initial spaces. And so we do like to do like a first playable, a smaller section of the game that we can sort of prove out, show to people, hey, this is how it feels different, this is what it looks like, this is what's unique about it. Then we turn that into a larger chunk when more of the team comes on, when the other game is done. And that's still what we call a VS, vertical slice. So you still don't have the full team on it. And it's a larger chunk of the game that you can play. And then once you feel good about that, you're going to bring on the rest of the team, where we're sort of at maximum size. We just call that production. That's like the full production period. And that, depending on the game, can run a year, 2 years, maybe more.
A ton of people have really latched on to that 1 to 2 years of production timeline, many just simplifying it to 2 years of production for Bethesda's games, and basically using this as a rule that we can apply to the Elder Scrolls 6. So if we could figure out when production started, 2 years later, the game should roughly be releasing. And we actually do have a pretty concrete answer on that one. One of the final things Pete Hines did at Bethesda was give this answer during an interview. He was asked, just to be clear, is the Elder Scrolls 6 in pre-production or in a concept phase? No, it is in development, but it is in early development, which many fans are now taking to mean that in August of 2023, just before the release of Starfield, the Elder Scrolls 6 had transitioned from pre-production into its full 2 years on full production, which would actually mean that right around now, in the next couple of months, that production period should be wrapping up. Although there is a gigantic but here, a ton of the posts speculating about a Starfield release date just neglect the very next thing Todd Howard says in this interview. What happens after production finishes?
And then you kind of have a final 6 months to a year on a game, which is, okay, we've built everything now. And usually it needs a lot of glue, where we have a lot of very different elements that maybe aren't clicking together the way you want, outside your regular polish for levels and features. And we're shaving and gluing and sticking things together so that it's not the schizophrenic game experience that things flow from one.
So 2 years of production, but then around 6 months to 1 year of really polish and getting all of those features working together with the game. Todd Howard continues on here to say that it's at this revitalizing stage that the game's flow really comes together and things start to feel good. The features and their importance